All right. A good morning start so far. It's almost 60 degrees outside. We got no wind yet. There's a high wind watch for later today. So hopefully we can get this done before it starts to get super windy. So this is actually the first adventure coming from this house. Because since I moved up here, there has been no time for me to do anything. So this is literally the first time that I'm starting from here as a base of operations for adventures. I do have Denise with. That is not my car. That is a rental car. That's a long story. That's actually the second rental car, which is an even longer story. We're not going to go into details on that because it doesn't matter. Anyways, so heading to Rickett's Glen, we'll do the part of the Evergreen Trail, and then we'll do the Falls Trail system up to Waters Meet, and I might, depending on how we feel, I might push it up to 2 more waterfalls on top of that. We'll see. Random little breezes. The nice part with being up here is, as you can hear in the video, there is absolutely nothing, and I'm not even using a microphone because I don't need to. So, it is the beginning of November, so let me spin you around. You got majority of the trees are orange or brown at this point, or half off. This mountain at the top of this mountain is actually where Ricketts Glen is. We might venture up to the top because I might show her Lake Jean. That way she at least gets to see the lower and the upper part of Ricketts Glen State Park. What?
And it's the first time I've been up here since we were kids.
Yeah. Because this used to be a hunting cabin for my parents, which is now my house. Anyways, let's hit the road and check out some waterfalls. Alright, made it to Ricketts Glen. We're going to see Adams Falls, which is right down here. That has been viewed and featured on this channel multiple times already, but it's a super easy waterfall to get to, and I frequent here because it's so close to home now for me. So it just makes sense for me to come here as often as I do. I have visited here all 4 seasons. It's currently late fall, so we got a little bit of a leaf change going on. Most of the leaves are already down though. But so before we head off to the trail, I'll send it over to Denise with a little bit of history of the park.
Hey guys, as you can see, we made it to Rickett's Glen. So, a little bit about Rickett's Glen. You're standing in one of Pennsylvania's few remaining old growth forests. For over 200 years, these giant trees have quietly witnessed Pennsylvania's history, surviving storms, diseases, fires, and the logger's axe. Signs of age. Like humans, forests look different as they age. As you explore this old growth forest, look for very large trees, large standing dead trees, or snags. Trees that have very few branches on the lower portion of their trunks. Trees that have deeply furrowed bark, healthy, undisturbed soil. Alien insects, big trouble for old growth forests. Speaking of, these ancient trees are under attack from hemlock woolly ajooled. These small exotic pests, anciently accidentally introduced from their other parts of the world, weaken or kill trees and destroy forests. Now, if you look here, this is what I'm talking about. Although you may not see the insects, the hemlock woolly ajooled has a unique egg sac which looks like small tufts of cotton on the underside of the hemlock branches, which are these guys here. An old growth forest is a wildlife hotel. It provides much needed food and shelter for many migratory bird species and dynamic mammals like the fisher, which is this guy here, bobcat, and black bear. Throughout the park, you may see stands of hemlock tree showing the devastation effects of the hemlock woolly ajooled, like this. To help invasion, follow these simple steps to help stop spread of the deadly hemlock woolly ajooled. Burn it where you buy it. Know the signs, and when possible, treat infested trees. Now, there is a history of Rickett's Glen, which I'm not going to go into too much detail right now, but I was reading earlier, in 1868, Colonel R. Bruce Rickett bought the land in northeast Pennsylvania to timber it. Fishermen exploring the lower reaches of Kitchen Creek discovered the waterfalls, which you can hear one of the waterfalls currently, Explorations revealed that two branches of Kitchen Creek cut through deep gorges and a series of waterfalls, then united at Water's Meet and flowed through the Glen among giant pines, hemlock, and oaks. Colonel Ricketts built trails to the areas of the waterfall, which came to be known as Glen's National Area. A member of the Wyoming Historical and Geological Society, Colonel Rickett named many of the waterfalls after American Indian tribes. He also named waterfalls for his friends and family. The lower Glen came to be called Rickett's Glen. Many of the magnificent trees in this area are over 300 years old. Diameters of almost 4 feet are common, and many trees tower over 100 feet high. Southern and northern hardwood species meet here, creating an extensive variety of trees. The Glens became a registered national landmark in 1969. In 1993, it became a state park national area and will be protected and maintained in a natural state. That's a little bit, and I'm sure throughout the whole thing, I'll give you a little bit more of the history as we go. But I'll see you all on the trail.
I know this has been featured, like I said, multiple times in the vlogs already, but let's head down and check out the waterfall. Because I know this is probably the second or third one in fall here.
I know in my family, we went to the same waterfall twice in 2 different seasons. The second time was actually fun. I said sarcastically.
Oh yeah, you had lots of fun that day.
Yeah. Skating on a sheet of freaking ice.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It was not safe at all. We probably shouldn't have gone that day, but lesson learned, don't go there in the middle of winter. And for those of you that are new to the channel, this is Adams Falls. It is 36 feet tall. Well, they're not exactly small steps.
No.
I'm sure you probably figured that out, but by the fact that how I came down them. They're not, they don't look like they're big steps, but they're big steps. That's what I mean. Yeah, exactly. That's not a small step. Oh, cool. We can finally get down here again. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do that.
These would hurt if you fall.
That's why I told you this trail is actually not a safe trail. This is actually a dangerous trail because of all the rocks. You have to take this trail slow. It's not difficult. It's a hazard.
Wait, what was Boston Park? Yes, that was on the two shiny moment.
I don't know if I feel like going down there today. I've gone out on that rock plenty of times. I'll let Denise do it.
Huh?
Go out on that rock. Just don't go that way. You're going to let me go that way first, so that way you can go this way. Just trust me. I'll guide you on how to get down, because if you take the wrong steps, it's going to be a really long trip. So you're going to go here, and then you're going to step down, and then step down. If you go this way, if you look, that's a giant step right there. Just put it down.
Don't let me forget that.
So you're going to go this way, and then you're going to step down and then step down. Without falling. There's actually a little bit of a test for her to see how she does with this, because if it's not...
And yes, I just did that.
Oh well. Whatever makes it easier, that's what matters. Now it's easy to get out there. I just step across and walk out. So I'm gonna go this way. She's probably gonna think I'm walking away from her, but I'm actually not. I'm actually gonna get some pictures of her from over here. I'm right at the top of the waterfall. I can't whistle for crap today, apparently. Hey! Stand there. Come out here. No, no, not down there. No. Right there. Yes. Yes. Now look this way. Okay. The perks of having a brother that's a photographer. No! Yes! Denise, that way too. Yeah. So I'm probably gonna have to go back over and help her get back up because those steps are high. All right. I'm going to shut the video off so that way I can help you get up these steps because they're not exactly short ones.
No, they're not. And I'm going to do the same so I can get up safely.
Extraction complete. She's up here now. That's some high steps, which is partially why I didn't feel like doing it today. I can do it. I've done it before. It's on the channel that I've been out on those rocks, but I didn't feel like doing it today.
Not on mine.
Well, you're going to have pictures standing out there. That your mom will probably want to murder both of us for.
Let me just delete that one. Okay, no. Back up. Right.
She's working on talking about what she just did. I'm gonna head down this way. I'm gonna try to go this way. Roots! Lots of roots! Lots of roots!
Did you tell them the story about the tree roots?
Well, if you watch my videos, I talk about roots, and every time I walk over them, Denise, roots! It's in like every video.
So the story is, this was going back, how many years was that, Michael?
Probably about 4 or 5.
We had seen
It was
a bird. What was it, a hawk or something?
eagle.
Eagle. And he wanted to get a photo of it. He had his camera. Tree root caught my foot that I didn't see, and I tripped on it.
Oh, you tripped.
And I went down hard.
You went just about face first into the ground.
Yeah.
You hit hard. I was actually really concerned there for a while, because if you remember, I didn't even laugh.
No.
And normally when you get hurt, I laugh. Especially if you're not actually hurt. Definitely laugh. That's just a requirement of being brother and sister, though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some of this moss on this tree right here real quick. And then we'll go down onto that big rock. And that rock actually gives you straight shots of the waterfall that you can see it. There's a little mini secondary waterfall down here too, right here. It's just a couple feet tall. Right, I'm gonna do that and then we'll go down there. Okay. This is one of the nice parts where they give you, steps. And a railing. That's flowing pretty good. Hey, the log finally broke and fell. Cool. You get a little bit better of a view now. That's nice. All right, time for some photography, as in a lot. I'll be back in a little bit.
Good.
This is the part where you check to see how your heights are, whether you're afraid of heights or not. So the waters here is probably about 40 feet, and the water down there is probably another 10 to 15 feet. Because if you look, the water just looks black, and you can see here where it's just a truck. You see that?
Yeah.
Water shallow there, not shallow water. That's 36 feet from there to here. That's probably more. I would say my guess at 40 feet is probably pretty close. So you're looking at 55 to 60 to the bottom of the water there from here. That's some depth. Alright, so if you continue that way, that's the Evergreen Trail. That goes for about a mile. I have done parts of that trail already. We're not doing that today because we're actually doing a part of Rickett's Glen that I've never done before. So we're going to be going from 118 up to Waters Meet, hopefully. All depends on how difficult the trail is.
I wasn't recording, hang on.
Is it? Maybe slightly.
And we're back at the sign. And you do realize that there's a reason why I'm doing this, coming in front of you, right?
Why?
So they can see the height difference.
Oh yeah, because it'll be less noticeable with me doing the steps.
Yeah.
Because in case nobody knew, she's a foot shorter than me. You're figuring it out.
I figured that was the less risky one.
Yeah, either that or you go around. You can do either or. Guess what? We're almost to. Yay. Yeah, see that's not a short step.
Not by a long shot.
None of these are short, actually. These are all pretty tall steps. Steps. Walking trail. Nope. Yep. So, let me give you a little tidbit on the whole trail system. Those stone steps on the complete trail system for the waterfalls, there's over 2,000 of those steps. I've done it before. It sucks. There's 2,000. It's not fun at all.
And here comes the fun part.
Yeah, This ain't bad. Don't stop. That's why I said not to stop. There's no cars coming.
And yes, we just crossed the road.
Yeah, we just didn't stop because I didn't hear cars coming. Because the road has blind spots. You can't really see if there's cars coming or not. So you just got to base off if you can hear. Which is kind of difficult because of just past these rapids is a 20-foot waterfall. I see trees fell right there now too. So you can't get as close as what I used to be able to. Okay. That's all right. Go check out the waterfall first, and then we'll start heading up the trail. It's not a high one. I forgot to warn you about that. I just kept going. Yeah, this is where I stop and turn around because this one's actually not as bad. I'm gonna go this way. I want to see what we've got going on near the bridge here. Now she went over by the water. Where I'm going is arguably a better angle, but it's okay. I'll just let her do her thing. Oh wow! This must have been really, really high because all these rocks weren't here. This used to be just a flat stone. Obviously, all these logs are all new too. All right, take some pictures and I'll be back. Alright, that part's done. Let's start heading up the trail. Guess we'll see how the trail is. Yeah, this one's not too bad. Never mind yet. It's more than I thought. They're probably gonna look at my video and watch me come down it and just boop boop and just keep going, and then watch how you just had to get down and be like, what in the world?
Better yet, is this the side that's the high side?
No, the other one is. This one's the lower one of the two.
See, a height difference, right?
Yeah. That's like all the way to your kneecap. All right. So at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Denise, and she's going to talk a little bit about these 3 signs that we got going on here. And let's take it over to her.
Okay. So here's another giant sign. Well, 3 actually. And it's going to be more steps. So the trail within the Glen's natural area, which together makes up the Falls Trail System, are home to 22 scenic waterfalls, which you can actually hear in the background. One of the many waterfalls here. While beautiful, they can be hazardous. Slippery rocks, steep slopes, and sudden drops pose a risk for the unprepared. So, they always say, plan ahead. Follow important steps to ensure that your hike is fun and safe. Stay on the trails. The majority of accidents are at the park are a result of people hiking off trail. Shortcuts are dangerous and can damage delicate stones and soil. Use extra caution on the falls trails. Proper footwear like hiking boots or trail shoes and good physical condition are essential to safely navigate the rocky, slippery, and steep terrain. In other words, no flip-flops or sandals. Watch for the weather. Check the forecast and remember the weather can change quickly. Give yourself plenty of time for your hike. Plan to be off the trail before dark. Let someone know where you're going and when you will return. Be prepared. Wearing and carefully carrying the proper gear can mean the difference between a good hiking day and a bad one. Remember these trail essentials. The fall trail is steep and slippery. Layer your clothing so you can adapt to changing weather and elevation, which is why both my brother and I have a hoodie or a sweatshirt on and a regular clothes. Bring lots of water. Bring plenty of snacks for energy on the trail, and bring a trail map. Now, the power of water and ice. How are you doing?
Good, yourself?
Approximately 15,000 years ago, glaciers moved through this area, carving gorges through the bedrock. As glaciers melted, loose rock and soil filled old valleys, creating lakes and swamps. Today, the forces of water still shape the park, and it carves stones into colorful potholes and plunge pools and caverns. Waterfall formation Although each waterfall is unique, look for two main formations as you hike the trails. Wedding Cake Falls, which looks something like this. Are formed by water falling over thick sandstone, descending into a series of steps, which it also could be at this as well. Bridal Veil falls drop vertically over hard sandstone ledges. Look for plunge pools and caverns in the soft red shale below. This one could also be a wedding cake as well. Protect our waterfalls. Its steep and rugged landscape protected this glen from the axe of early loggers. You can do your part to protect the falls. Stay on the trail. Leave behind anything you find except litter. Carry out what you carry in, which is essential for every national park or state park. Now, the total miles for this entire trail system is over 7 miles. Most difficult hiking. The full loop of this trail is 7.2 miles. To see most of the waterfalls, a 3.2 mile loop can be taken by joining the Highland Trail and the Glen Lehigh and Gana Glen sides of the trail. The trails follow along 21 beautiful waterfalls ranging in heights from 11 feet to 94 feet. The scenery is well worth the effort, but be careful. The terrain is rocky, can be slippery, and descendants steep. Hikers should take extra precaution with trail conditions, wear proper footwear, and stay on the trail and be physically in good physical condition. The beach trail is 0.8 miles. Cherry Run Trail is 4.6 miles and more difficult. Now let's head over to our other side. So we are currently here. My brother and I are planning on taking this trail till roughly this Water's Meet. So, as you can see, the green is the easiest. Red is more difficult, and the black is the most difficult. Now, this entire trail is 7.2 miles. And now, let's talk a little bit about the trails. The full loop is, like I said, 7.2 miles. To see most of the waterfalls, a 3.2 mile loop can be taken by joining the Highland Trail, which is...
I'll step in and give you a hand with the trails here.
Yeah.
So this one, it makes it easier because I've done almost all of these trails before, minus the one that we're going to do today. So the Highland Trail is actually a really cool trail. There's actually midway crevasse, which you actually walk through almost like a stone tunnel. It's actually pretty cool. But that's all the way up here.
Yeah.
And I'm walking all the way up there today. We don't have time because we're in short supply with daylight because it's already 11:30. So we don't really have time for that. Now, the trail part that we are at, that we're going to be taking, there's 3 waterfalls here, which if you want to look those up and see which ones they are, I don't remember what they're called. Looking over to this side. It tells you the 3 that we're going to see, and then these 2 are the other 2 potential ones. And it tells you the height and everything too.
Which he is referring to these 3 here. This one is, after being attacked by a leaf, Murray Reynolds Fall, which is 16 feet.
That's the little guy.
Yeah. Sheldon Reynolds, which is 36 feet, which is the highest one of these 3 clusters. And then Harrison Pike, which is 27 feet.
And if as long as we're okay and we can do these 2, how tall are those?
Those would be,
Yeah. they're a little bit bigger.
Erie and Tuscarora, both at 47 feet.
Yeah, those are big those.
But they're not on here. Anyway, this is actually, if you're wondering what we're looking at, it's actually Rickett's Glen's trail map. It's the DSCNR. It gives you the entire history and information about each fall and
And you can pick up a copy over at the first sign
Yeah.
that you were talking at.
you can pick this up at the sign, at the first sign that I was talking at, which I completely forgot to mention earlier.
I just thought of it too, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, one thing I just noticed.
Yeah, it shows you a picture of all of them.
Yeah.
I think what I'll do is I will give you the photos that I took of the other waterfalls back in 2018.
Are you still recording?
Yeah, it's still recording. So I think, so I'll show you those, that way you can put them in your vlog of all of these. Because I have pictures of every single one of these.
Are you going to cut this part out? No.
Well, cut it out.
Because it's also going to be in your vlog too.
So what? It's going to be in my vlog too, the pictures.
But
These 2 are...
there's a bathroom here.
Yeah, when I'm going up there.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's bathrooms down here where we go to.
Where?
Over there. We'll show them at the end. And then the other parking lot, which is, so if you see where those 2 bridges go, if you walk that way, there's actually another parking lot over there.
Uh-huh.
It's actually a bigger one than that. Let me quick spin this around, so that way it actually makes some sense here. So you have this bridge here, and then there's another little bridge over here, but the trail keeps going that way, and it goes over to the main parking lot for the bottom part of the trail system. There is a parking lot right across the street as well. That's the one where I always park because it's quicker and easier to get over here, and it's also gives you better access to the other side where the bigger waterfall is versus the little one over here, which is now covered in logs. So, anyways, back to Denise.
Down to get some shots.
Yeah.
But I'll send it back over to Mike and we can continue down the trail.
All right. Now that Denise is done explaining all the maps and stuff, let's head on. I'm actually going to quick get a couple long exposures of that little rapid there. Okay.
And we got Rickett.
Bet you the service road's easier than the trail.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I don't know about that. Look at all the rocks.
Maybe not.
No, I'd rather go the trail.
One of those is loose.
There's a woolly bear.
He's all black. What does that mean?
Nothing. Wives' tales. I'm gonna snap a picture of him. Okay, back on the road. Well, we may not be on this trail for very long. The wind is picking up quickly. This is beautiful through here. What about left? What's that noise? I hear animals. Bird of some sort. Alright, so as we sat here and quick took a break, which we're going to do the entire time as we go up through the trail, is we're gonna, if we see a bench, we're just gonna stop, even if it's just for just a few minutes like we just did. Alright. So, as I'm sitting here, just looking up at some of these trees, as Denise was talking about, some of this is old growth forest. Some of these trees are probably 100 feet tall. And, like, let's take a look at this one right down here. This one is just ridiculous, the diameter of this tree. This one right here. Now look at the height of this tree. that's a 100-foot tree. So here's my hand. Give you a different idea on size. It's a massive tree. Absolutely massive. And there's actually one back there that's even bigger. That one's probably an extra 20 to 25% wider than this one in diameter, and probably that's actually shorter. It doesn't look quite as tall as this one, but that one's got some pretty thick girth at the bottom there. That's probably 5 or 6 feet around circumference, at least, maybe even more. This one's probably that too. All right, let's head on. Ooh, let's do this. I'm gonna snap a couple pics here, and then we'll keep moving. So, moving on.
Just barely cleared that light.
What? Oh, tree branches. They were little ones. I wasn't concerned even if I would have hit them. Ooh, look at the moss on those trees. That's supposed to be a trail too? That's definitely a trail too, even though it says the trail goes the way we just came. Nope. Wonder how far in we are.
Map.
No. That ain't gonna help us.
Good point. Rocks. Wait.
That's Kurt.
I was gonna say, wait, was that you or Kurt that rocks?
Nope. Your roots. Kurt is rocks, I'm mud.
Then who's tree branches?
Also me too. The hanging tree branches, not the ones on the ground. The ones on the ground, we all seem to avoid those. It's the hanging ones that I have the problem with.
No. This one got electrocuted.
Maybe. Oh, absolutely it did. It's all black. Yeah. Cool. That's another really... some of these trees have got some height on them. Just look at the root system. Speaking of root system, roots.
And like, did Tim ever have difficulties on any of the trails?
So Tim normally doesn't have difficulties on trails. Tim just has difficulty selecting good trails, which is why he's fired. It'd be funny if this sign up here said mile 1. I don't think we made it a mile yet, but you never know. You see him? What's up, little buddy? Oh. That's why I stopped real quick until I identified what it was. Once I determined that it was a harmless snake.
That post didn't say anything.
Yes, it did.
What?
It says to Route 118.
Oh.
don't like how windy it's getting. It's a concern I have because of the trees.
Especially with how old the trees are.
Yeah. I don't like to be in the woods when it's real windy. Who's texting me?
Yeah, I was telling my viewers back there.
There's a chippy. There's a chippy. There's a chippy with the nut. What's up, little buddy? He's in there somewhere. I hear him.
Like,
What?
I was telling my viewers back there at the benches that each ring
Is a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not always accurate, though.
No. But sometimes, like the rings are thicker. It shows you, as the story goes, shows you how, like,
Wet or dry the year was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's kind of accurate, but not totally. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Bridge without railings. Thank God Mateo's not along. He'd be having a freaking heart attack right now. Oh, this looks fun. Oh, he was okay with some of those. Bridges like this? No. So there's,
Why is he afraid of bridges? Anyway?
we have no idea. But on the Double Run Trail at World's End State Park, there's a couple bridges that are like this, but they're not this wide. They're more narrow. They're only about half the width of this. This one actually feels pretty nice and solid. That's a step and a half.
That's a noticeable drop for you.
Yeah, that.
But I bet it's going to be an even noticeable drop for me.
Yeah, it'll definitely be worse for you. I'm going to quick pull out Google Maps. I got service. I'm going to quick pull out Google Maps and see how far along we are just to get an idea. I'll be right back. Remind me on our way back down to get some pictures of this.
Uh-huh.
I don't want the sunlight hitting it. I want it to be more dark and kind of murky. Because as the day goes on, it's going to get cloudy. So we're approaching the halfway mark to Water's Meet already, even though it's only been half an hour. So we're making really, really good timing.
Hey, guess what I just found?
What? Lighter?
Yep.
That's random. Yeah,
And
this.
as they say, find it, return it, except for litter.
Yep. So far on the difficulty, me personally,
Two?
no, 1. I give this trail a 1. I don't even give it a 2.
I was gonna say like 1 or 2.
It's almost totally flat the whole way so far.
We're not at the falls yet.
Now, I was going to say, now it is going to get more difficult at some point.
What am I hearing?
Sounds like a plane. Pretty sure that's a plane, but I can't tell. Because driving, we're only just a few minutes away from, not a few minutes, driving, we're only about an hour from Wilkes-Barre International Airport.
So it could be a plane.
Yeah.
Tree woods.
No mud. Actually, it looks like everything is dry.
Squirrel.
Where do you see the squirrel at?
Just one of the trees that overlook.
I was looking down because I'm like right in the middle of all these rocks and roots. Yeah, see, this is nice getting to be this close to the creek, half the walk up through so far. I do like that. This reminds me of an easier version of Double Run. There's even water over on this side flowing too. That's cool. Remind me on our way back down to get some pictures of this. I don't want the sunlight hitting it. I want it to be more dark and kind of murky. Because as the day goes on, it's going to get cloudy. Creek's over there too. Oh, okay. Oh, look, another Mateo Bridge.
Mud.
Oh, that's over there.
Dead ahead.
I ain't worried about it. That was only a little patch. I want to see another bridge up here. Well, this looks fun. There's about 7.3 million rocks in the trail right here. And then the bench will take a quick stop. And it looks like it's going to cross back over. I see a bridge up there.
Yeah.
So it'll cross back over, which means we're probably getting closer to the waterfalls. Because it does show on the map the trail is on that side of the creek for the waterfalls. Look at this mess. Man. Now, just hug this left side. Looks like that's what a lot of people have been doing. It looks like a lot of people have been coming up here too. All right.
As I blaze through the
Wow. We've got a whole lot more rocks to go.
I don't think you can avoid the rocks, Mike.
Oh. All right. Let's quick take a couple-minute break and then we'll keep moving.
Okay, so this is where we started. And this is where we're at. And this is roughly where we're going to be going. We're about halfway there.
Yep.
Okay, before you go.
Off we go. Man. A lot of these rocks move.
Like the ones that are just stepped on?
I ain't even gonna say mud, I'm just gonna say creek in the trail. Part of the trail is underwater. Like that's literally part of the trail. That was a bit of an elevation gain. Wow. Oh, great. Okay.
And I got something in my tube.
I was gonna say stop right there while you're on the wood and take it out. It's another beast of a tree. Ooh. I wonder if we're starting to go into the parts where the trail is going to become more difficult.
Most likely.
Well, considering the people are up there. This is a little wet.
I was gonna say, hey Mike.
It's not mud, it's just wet.
Hey, it's a Mateo dog.
No. Hi. So we're taking the moderate one, obviously.
Steps.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it looks like they meet at the first waterfall then.
Well, the sign says trails meet at First Fall.
Yep. And then we're almost there. This has got some steepness to it though. I'm guessing it'll probably level off at some point up top. Wow, these steps are... Wait until you hit that one.
You mean this one?
Yeah. Tell you what, we're gaining some pretty significant,
Altitude?
yeah, in a pretty short amount of time too.
Good, what, 100 feet?
That's at least 100 feet. At least. Maybe even 150. It's a drop. And we're still going uphill. Which means that trail down there that looks like it's starting off easy, I bet you that you're going to hit a spot where it's just going to go bleep, and it's just going to be steep.
And that's why it's a more difficult trail. And
Yeah.
my phone just died.
It is the easier of the two.
Lightning? Or something.
Possibly.
But that's not black, it's blue.
It's green. From moss.
Then where's the evidence of the moss that came off it?
I'm
Besides...
thinking they painted it because it was across the trail.
Oh.
And I'm thinking they probably painted it to say, hey, you need to cut this off. Because it was probably attached right there, where more of the paint is. That's my guess.
Good to see that they try and maintain the trails as best they can.
Well, so there's 124 state parks in Pennsylvania. I don't know if you knew that or not. But there's 124 state parks in Pennsylvania. Do you know which one is rated number 1?
This one?
The one we're in. This is consistently rated the number 1 state park in the state. It always gets high remarks because of the waterfalls, because there's so many.
That's a helicopter.
Huh?
Don't you hear it?
I just hear a lot of wind. No, I do hear something. Oh, this could be some mud right here. No.
No, just what?
Mm-hmm. Ground is solid as a rock. Can you imagine hiking this when it's like 95 degrees?
That would.
That would suck.
Yeah.
Well, when Don and I did this in 2018, it was late May and it was pretty warm. It was like 85 degrees. It was bad. You can see the other trails down there. I wonder which one's really easier. That's a drop. Speaking of drops, this trail is definitely going downhill. Curious as to what makes that trail more difficult than this one.
I don't know. You want to take it on the way back?
No, because I don't want to find out the hard way. hear what sounds like a waterfall. There's a sign right here, and those people that were on that trail are right up here. So we're coming up to the first waterfall because the people are right here. So this must be it. And it's 3 boom, boom, boom right in a row, and then its waters meet. Uh-huh. First waterfall. I don't know, maybe we will take that one going back. Because that one stays down at the creek. So I would think once we get down there, the rest shouldn't be hard the rest of the way across. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This was up and over a fucking mountain. That's going to be just down these steps, and then it should be flat the rest of the way. I mean, we're probably going to have to watch for rocks and roots, but that would probably give us a better angle to see the waterfall too then.
But you
Down
also
there.
were saying about the creek or whatever it was on the way back.
Yeah, but that's before they split.
Okay.
There she is.
No, we made it to Murray Reynolds Falls, and this is the 17-foot falls. After we this is actually the shortest of the 3. After we take a little break, we're gonna be heading to the other 2. We'll see you on the trail.
This is purty. I'm gonna get some pictures. Okay. Onward and upward. Holy rocks. Shut up! I can see both waterfalls already. That's beautiful. Just wait till you get up here. That's beautiful. Yeah. So you got the waterfall there, and then you can see the other one right up there too. And then Waters meets right past it.
And we were thinking that it was like a quarter mile in between.
No? Wow, that's beautiful. Huh? Oh, yeah. You gotta get up the waterfall somehow. We take it slow, we'll be all right. Hey, we've taken it slow so far, and we did really good so far.
There's a tree, knock on it.
Yeah. Not mud, just water. Holy roots. There's quite a root system going on right here. Well, oh, that's why there's a 100-foot tree right there. Wow. What?
Thank God Kurt's not here.
Why?
Rocks galore.
Yeah, this area is pretty rocky. Although this area that we're in right now on the trail map is black. Difficulty-wise, this is black. we're approaching waterfall 2. Oh, another woolly bear. Now we got these rock steps to go up, which I'm going to take my time going up them, and I'm not going to film it. We'll see you guys at the top.
Okay guys, this one is Sheldon Reynolds. It's actually the tallest of the 3. And that's a drop.
Let's head up. The next waterfall is literally right there. It's only like 50 to 100 yards away. Wow. Well, I possibly have good news. It looks like there's not quite as many steps.
And you can feel the mist from this one.
This one's more open, that's why. This is a Bridal Veil Fall type.
Makes me think of Niagara Falls.
It is, yes. It's the same type of waterfall as Niagara Falls. Just Niagara Falls is way wider. Alright, so that's next waterfall. Now we're going to head up there, and I'll see you guys at the top. And then right after that should be Waters Meet, and then we'll go to the first waterfall and see the biggest one of the day. Alright, so now that we got up past that, that was a treat. Now we're almost to Waters Meet.
That's a step.
Yeah, it is. All right, where's Trails Meet at? Ooh. This is a nice area right here, too.
Gay up. Okay, yeah. gay up. me up. Gay up. Okay, yeah.